Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 838. Are you here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Pill 838. Go, gadget, fire. Alright. And since we're already set up here, go, gadget, mini fireplace, fireside chat squared. Alright. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 838 pills, 838 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, do she now. Heck! This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island is a 4-hour show, and a 4-hour tour, piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I could see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Bill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python, finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Hey, Rita, Brad, Jackie, Patrina, Figuerello. Laster but not leaster was firster this time. And she said I don't say hi to her anymore. Hello, Laster but not leaster. Hello to everybody else, too. I always like to get a full premise out right at the beginning before I start saying greeting everybody, because that way when people rewatch the show, they can get a sense of what the show is right away. James Croft, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. Wasabi Way's here. Oh, we got to get together soon, man. Hey, Steve Johnson. Oh, let's give April Corso a happy birthday shout out. Hey, Evan. Oh, let's get the words of the day soon, too. But let's get April Corso's. Iggy and the Stooges. I don't know them. April Corso, happy birthday! April Corso, happy April's been watching a long time. Thank you for being here, April. Spend a little bit of your birthday with us. Hey, Jody, Bearboo Bob, hello. Dang it. New words of the day. Should we do right positive? Dang it. Or yesterday's words of the day. Hey, Jenna. It's nice to see you. Dang it. All right. The first new word of the day is pleasure. Oh, it's my pleasure to see you all. All right. What's your pleasure? All right, and the second word of the day is hey, Sarah. Ooh, friend's having a baby. Create pleasure. Hey, Damaris, welcome back. Oh, it's so nice to see everyone. Probably read in a little while after a dab. We've been reading Stephen King short stories lately. Sorry, right number is the next one. Last one was My Pretty Pony. It's about wasn't really a horror story, just except the horror of aging. Hey, Linda. I noticed that too. Like the last short story was just about how it's different kinds of time. When you're a kid, time goes seems to take forever, and then when you're most of your life, like most of your adult life is regular time, except when you're hurt, it goes back to slow time, like if grief or trauma, things like that, physical trauma, pain, that seems to last forever. And then when you get old, time just quickens. I would differ a little bit. I think time just steadily quickens. I noticed that. I started noticing that when I was a kid, and I had a theory even when I was a kid. Like when you're young, like when you're 5 years old, 1 year is like 1/5 of your entire experience. But by the time you're 40, 1 year is 1/40th of your entire experience. So like, I feel like as your life extends or goes on, each passing moment becomes a smaller chunk of it, maybe. And time, like everything else, is relative. Brad Carter. It's different, I think, different forms of relativity, but there's the metaphorical sense and how we experience time. But then time, size is relative, right? You can't tell if something's without other references. You can't tell if something's getting closer to you or growing larger. Like if you looked up into the sky and saw the moon getting bigger and bigger, you wouldn't be able to tell if the moon was crashing into us or if the moon was growing. Like, time is more than that. Time is more than that. It seems like we live in a world where causality is a thing. Where one event precedes another. One event causes another. And things in the future don't change the things that happened in the past. But there's some tantalizing clues that perhaps, at least at the quantum level, that causality might break down. That events, like on the really tiny level, events in the future could affect things that happened in the past. Hey, Vanessa. Especially with the idea of like quantum entanglement and communicating instantly, like over long distances. If we could entangle something and prove experimentally that we can transfer information and communicate faster than the speed of light, that's a form of time travel. I dropped it. I noticed that, Jody. I want to go pick it up. I forgot to pick it up before the show started. Good eye, Jody. Good eye. Life finds a way, right, Tamara? Dang it, dang it, dang it. All right, it's about time for a dab, right? Another thing, I was reviewing the poll that I did a few weeks ago, asking the people that followed the page if they would ever have unprotected sex with somebody that had an undetectable viral load. Maybe it was a person with HIV that had an undetectable viral load, and almost 500 votes, 497 votes, only 18% of people said yes. And I have to say, I was a little disappointed with some of the people that were on the no list. Dang it, dang it, dang it. And try not to take it personally, because you can answer the question in more than one way. Dang it, dang it, dang it. And what I was really getting at, I wanted to know if people believe in the science of U equals U. That's cool. Hey, Charles. And no, I purposely wanted to like force people to like just a bit, you know, like, and also to let people kind of determine on their own. And you know, I mean, some people just wouldn't engage in unprotected sex, period, ever, right? That's at least that's what they would argue. I would say probably most of them have probably engaged in unprotected sex at some point. What I didn't like, though, what I really like, and I've been meaning to talk about, like make a post about, is that there was a lot of shaming going on, like people like saying that people like instructing, you know, like making value judgments and telling other people how to behave when it is possible to have safe or safer sex without using condoms. And I think, you know, people. I'm not going to judge other people for the choices they make, right? Dang it, dang it, dang it. Anyway. Yeah, I think the way I would have had people answer it is like, given all things other being equal, that you would have unprotected sex with that person. Given all other factors, if you found out that they were HIV positive but undetectable with that, whatever. Anyway, yeah, like, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, right? I knew it would upset me. I hadn't looked at the post again for a while. It upset me at the time, and then I never saw the final results, and because I stopped looking at it, like I'm just like, oh, I don't want to look at this anymore. I made it for like a 4-week and I watched the post for like 2 weeks, and I'm like, no, this is pissing me off. Thanks, Evan. Thanks. Pretty good at it. I'm pretty good at sex. I always have this joke in my head. It's a terrible joke, and then I always think, like you don't get HIV by practice and having sex. Not everybody gets HIV by having sex, and you can get HIV after the first time. So it's not all people with HIV are sluts. But I still like to make the joke in my head. It's the first time I've ever actually verbalized it, though. Marcy, what is it? Hey, Marcy, good to see you. Oh, time for a dab? Maybe I'll just share the show one more time here. That's awesome, Charles. Thank you. It is like there's like the premise of the show is deceptively simple, right? I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. That's a three-legged stool. Why, right? I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. So teaching is, dispelling ignorance is like one of the fundamental missions of the show, right? Embracing stigma is also like just putting myself out there, right, and saying I have HIV. I'm a person, and I have HIV, and it's not. Put a face on something that like a lot of people don't know anybody with HIV. I didn't know anybody that had HIV. Came across one person, I guess, let's see. So embracing stigma, putting a face on it, and then finding support. I just was like really socially isolated when I just felt really betrayed by friends, family, coworkers, and I just felt like I'd never be close to anybody ever again, and this is a way to like relieve some of that social anxiety. So anyway, thanks, Charles. I know, that's one of my favorite parts of your letter, Evan. I shared that your letter and U equals U today. I hope you don't mind. It's really makes me feel like what I'm doing is worthwhile. It's getting there. The U equals U movement. There's resistance. There was resistance. I'm Facebook friends with one of the people that is really spearheading the U equals U movement. Getting governments and other people people were afraid at first. I mean, you see commercials for it. I think part of the reason is like people don't perceive HIV as a death sentence anymore, right? They heard back in the 90s, right, that there's meds for it if you get it. So it just I don't know. It took the fear was there, but like it wasn't as intense. It wasn't as acute, and so I think it's not a cure. So it's like that's what people are really waiting on. No, I've never heard of that, Jenna. I don't really believe in conspiracy theories about HIV. That sounds really stigmatizing. I think that's probably a really small percentage of people out there. And I think the reasons like why somebody might seek out the virus are they're various. I think.
Hey, Roberto, happy birthday!
Oh, is that the people that purposely infected themselves so that to like bring awareness to it? So there's like a political protest. There were a group of people that did that. No, I've read articles about others. Like, I think it's really like it's sensational, and I just think that the percentage of people that actually catch HIV that way are really small. I think for most people it's a devastating diagnosis, and for most people it's something they'd never want to give to other people. I think that it feeds the idea like that, like I don't know, that people with HIV like want to spread the disease, and that but I mean the phenomenon probably does exist on some level. You know, like I said, I think it's probably really rare. But people might do it, like you said, to relieve the anxiety. Some people like any taboo is really, you know, people do, like HIV might be considered like the ultimate taboo. Again, I think the focusing on that tiny aspect of the HIV community, I think is stigmatizing. Yeah, like I said, for most people, it's a pretty devastating news. Like, yeah, so why else might people do it? Is that like the Titanic, like that old Titanic flick? To be in solidarity with other people, like if a loved one has it, something like that. I don't know. You know, I don't want to judge the people that would make that decision because they're varied reasons. But I think by focusing on it and promoting I think it warps the perception of people with HIV, because I think it's of course it's stigmatized. You know, like I don't think that the things that just get the most. I don't know. Yeah, I've said my piece about it. I think it's stigmatizing. I do. I believe it is.
Hey, Road Marshal, happy birthday!
Like I said, I just think it's
Hey, Road Marshal, happy birthday!
it's sensational, and it doesn't represent very many people. That's why it's stigmatizing. I feel like they're always coming out with new antibiotics, new classes. I feel like it's always going to be a race, but I feel like, you know, evolutionary race between our intelligence and bacteria's ability to survive. Yeah, and I guess like, what is there to be really learned from too? That's the other aspect of like, besides is like point and say, oh, look at those crazy people doing terrible things. Hey, Raylene. I don't know, Jenna. Like, there's certain symptoms I have even while on meds. Things like yeast and like a lot of skin problems.
Hey, Road Marshal, happy birthday!
Probably take up to 10 years for me to die of AIDS, though. 5 to 10 years before, like, my immune system was wiped out. I'm glad he recovered, JD. That's scary. Yeah, I think somebody said, I didn't see who it was, but somebody said that, hey Clint, that it's the stigma comes from the fact that it's contagious, right? People see people with HIV as a vector for transmission of disease. And the U equals U movement is like the biggest ability to bust up stigma that there has been, you know, the fact that can say with like scientific certainty that people with HIV who take the medication cannot, they have zero chance. They cannot transmit the disease sexually. It's like, it's powerful, right? You can say that for both the people who have HIV and their partners, like, their doctors, can advise. Some people have known for a long time just from their own practice, right? Their own personal lives. Like, they've had an HIV negative partner for 25 years or something, and they've been fucking them bareback the whole time, and they never caught HIV, and they've had friends that did the same thing, and right, and it's just those anecdotal experiences are probably what motivated the studies in the first place. But yeah, they monitored. I know in one study it was 1,500 couples, 800 gay couples, 500 straight couples, and then there was another study that was followed I don't know how many, just all gay couples. And then there was a third study too. Anyway, between it, there's been between 100 and 150,000 documented cases of anal sex between an a person with HIV and another person that's HIV negative. Between 100 and 150,000 anal sex acts with zero transmissions. And all the scientists the HIV doctors, CDC, everybody says it's impossible for 150,000 anal sex acts to happen and zero transmissions. That statistically, there's zero chance. Man, yeah, and people can safely have babies. They can make babies. They can give birth to babies. They can do it all safely. I can put them there. They're probably...
April Torso, happy birthday!
Let's do a dab. I can put some of the, let me see if I can find them quick.
April Torso, Torso, happy birthday! April Torso, happy birthday!
Let's see. See, I think this includes links to. This one link includes links to a couple different studies. I'll post it in the show too here. Since like the multiple studies have come out now, it's like the CDC, the UN AIDS, you have like the Canadian government, like lots of different different countries have signed on to U equals U, different states have signed on to U equals U. It's like everybody's Hey, Sonia. I think we might be at story soon. Got a replacement pair of shoes coming in a couple days, and I got both of the other pairs of shoes. One pair of shoes I ordered was too big, was a size too big, and then the second pair, the same style and color, had a hole in the tongue. It looked like somebody had stuck one of the end of the shoelace right through the tongue, into the tongue, ripped the fabric. But when the next pair comes, it should be perfect, hopefully. Because they're really comfortable shoes. I really love them. Alright, how about we read a story? A short story by Stephen King. Selection from Nightmares and Dreamscapes. I need something to drink before we start here. Alright. Sorry, Right Number is the name of the story. Author's note. Screenplay abbreviations are simple and exist. In this author's opinion, mostly to make those who write screenplays feel like Lodge Brothers. In any case, you should be aware that CU means close-up. ECU means extreme close-up. INT means interior. EXT means exterior. BG means background. POV means point of view. Probably most of you knew all that stuff to begin with, right? Act 1. Fade in on. Katie Wiederman's mouth. Extreme close-up. She's speaking into the telephone. Pretty mouth. In a few seconds, we'll see that the rest of her is just as pretty. Katie. Bill? Oh, he says he doesn't feel very well, but he's always like that between books. Can't sleep, thinks every headache is the first symptom of a brain tumor. Once he gets going on something new, he'll be fine. Sound. Background. The television. The camera draws back. Katie is sitting in the kitchen phone nook, having a good gab with her sister while she idles through some catalogs. We should notice one not quite ordinary thing about the phone she's on. It's the sort with two lines. There are lighted buttons to show which ones are engaged. Right now, only one. Katie's is. As Katie continues her conversation, the camera swings away from her, tracks across the kitchen, and through the arched doorway that leads into the family room. Katie, voice fading. Oh, I saw Janie Charlton today. Yes. Big as a house. She fades. The TV gets louder. There are 3 kids. Jeff, 8, Connie, 10, and Dennis, 13. Wheel of Fortune is on, but they're not watching. Instead, they're engaged in that great pastime, fighting about what comes on later. This is 1992 or something, I think, when this was written, before streaming services. Jeff. Come on! It was his first book. Connie. His first gross book. Dennis. We're gonna watch Cheers and Wings, just like we do every week, Jeff. Dennis speaks with the utter finality only a big brother can manage. Want to talk about it some more and see how much pain I can inflict on your scrawny body, Jeff? His face says. Let me see it. I gotta see these kids' ages again. Dennis 13, Connie 10, Jeff 8. Could we at least tape it? Jeff says. Connie. We're taping it for Mom. She said she might be on the phone with Aunt Lois. We're taping CNN for Mom. She said she might be on the phone with Aunt Lois for quite a while. Jeff. How can you tape CNN, for God's sake? It never stops. Dennis. That's what she likes about it. Connie. And don't say God's sakes, Jeffy. You're not old enough to talk about God except in church. Then don't call me Jeffy. Connie. Jeffy. Jeff gets up, walks to the window, and looks out into the dark. He's really upset. Dennis and Connie, in the grand tradition of older brothers and sisters, are delighted to see it. Dennis. Poor Jeffy. Connie. I think he's going to commit suicide. Jeff turns to him. It was his first book. Don't you guys even care? Connie. Rent it down at the video stop tomorrow, if you want to see it so bad. Jeff. They don't rent R-rated pictures to little kids, and you know it. They don't rent R-rated pictures to little kids, and you know it. Connie dreamily. Shut up, it's Vanna. I love Vanna. Jeff. Dennis. Go ask Dad to tape it on the VCR in his office and quit being such a totally annoying little booger. Jeff crosses the room, poking his tongue out at Vanna White as he goes. The camera follows as he goes into the kitchen. Katie. So when he asked me if Polly had tested strep positive, I had to remind him she's away at prep school. And God, Lois, I miss her. Jeff is just passing through on his way to the stairs. Katie. Will you kids please be quiet? Jeff. Glum. He'll be quiet now. He goes up the stairs, a little dejected. Katie looks after him for a moment, loving and worried. Katie. They're squabbling again. Polly used to keep them in line. But now that she's away at school, I don't know. Maybe sending her to Boston wasn't such a hot idea. Sometimes when she calls home, she sounds so unhappy. Interior. Bela Lugosi's Dracula. Close-up. Drax standing at the door of his Transylvanian castle. Someone has pasted a comic balloon coming out of his mouth, which reads, "Listen, my children of the night. What music they make." The poster is on a door, but we only see this as Jeff opens it and goes into his father's study. Interior. A photograph of Katie, close-up. The camera holds, then pans slowly right. We pass another photo, this one of Polly, the daughter away at school. She's a lovely girl of 16 or so. Past Polly is Dennis, then Connie, then Jeff. The camera continues to pan and also widens out so we can see Bill Weiderman, a man of about 44. He looks tired. He's peering into the word processor on his desk, but his mental crystal ball must be taking the night off because the screen is blank. On the walls we see framed book covers, all of them spooky. One of the titles is Ghost Kiss. Jeff comes up quietly behind his dad. The carpet muffles his feet. Bill sighs and shuts off the word cruncher. A moment later, Jeff claps his hands on his father's shoulders. Booga booga! Hi, Jeffy. He turns in his chair to look at his son, who is disappointed. How come you didn't get scared? Scaring is my business. I'm case hardened. Something wrong? Daddy, can I watch the first hour of Ghost Kiss and you tape the rest? Dennis and Connie are hogging everything. Bill swivels to look at the book jacket, bemused. You sure you want to watch that, chap? It's pretty... Yes! Interior. Katie in the phone nook. In this shot, we clearly see the stairs leading to her husband's study behind her. Katie. I really think Jeff needs the orthodontic work. But you know Bill. The other line rings. The other light stutters. Katie. That's just the other line. Bill will... But now we see Bill and Jeff coming downstairs behind her. Bill. Honey, where do we keep the blank tapes? I can't find any in the study and... Katie to Bill. Wait! To Lois. Gonna put you on hold a second, Lo. She does. Now both lines are blinking. She pushes the top one, where the new call has just come in. Hello, Weiderman residence. Sound. Desperate sobbing. Sobbing voice. Filter. Please, take... Katie. Polly? Is that you? What's wrong? Sounds like the beginning of Scream. Sound. Sobbing. It's awful. Heartbreaking. Sobbing filter. Sobbing voice. Filter. Please. Quick. Sound. Sobbing. Then click. A broken connection. Katie. Polly, calm down. Whatever it is, it can't be that... Hum of an open line. Jeff has wandered toward the TV room, hoping to find a blank tape. Bill. Who is that? Without looking at her husband or answering him, Katie slams the lower button in again. Lois, listen, I'll call you back. That was Polly, and she sounded very upset. No, she hung up. Yes, I will, thanks. She hangs up. Bill, concerned. It was Polly? Katie, crying her head off. It sounded like she was trying to say, "Please take me home." I knew that damn school was bumming her out. Why I ever let you talk me into... She's rummaging frantically on her little phone desk. Catalogs go slithering to the floor around her stool. Katie. Connie, did you take my address book? Connie, voice. No, Mom. Bill pulls a battered book out of his back pocket and pages through it. So address book, phone books, that's crazy, right? Bill. I got it, except... Katie. I know. Damn dorm phone is always busy. Give it to me. Bill. Honey, calm down. I'll calm down after I talk to her. She's 16, Bill. 16-year-old girls are prone to depressive interludes. Sometimes they even... Just give me the damn number. Bill. 617-555-8641. And she punches the numbers. The camera slides into close-up. Katie. Come on. Don't be busy. Just this once. Sound. Clicks. Pause. Then the phone starts ringing. Katie, eyes closed. Thank you, God. Voice, filter. Hartshorn Hall, this is... Hartshorn Hall, this is Frida. If you want Christine, the sex queen, she's still in the shower. Arnie. Katie. Could you put Polly on the... Could you call Polly to the phone? Polly Weiderman? This is Kate Weiderman, her mother. Oh, geez, sorry, I thought... Hang on, please, Mrs. Weiderman. Sound, the phone clunks down. Voice, filter, and very faint. Polly, phone call, it's your mother. Interior, a wider angle on the phone nook with Bill. Somebody's getting her, I hope. Jeff comes back in with the tape. I found one, Dad. Dad, Dennis hit him as usual. In a minute, Jeff. Go watch the tube. But... I won't forget. Now go on. Jeff goes. Katie. Come on. Calm down, Katie. If you'd heard her, you wouldn't tell me to calm down. She sounded... Polly. Filter. Cheery voice. Hi, Mom. Pa? Honey, are you all right? Polly. Happy, bubbling voice. Am I all right? I aced my bio exam. Got a B on my French conversational essay, and Ronnie Hansen asked me to the Harvest Ball. I'm so all right that if one more good thing happens to me today, I'll probably blow up like the Hindenburg. Katie. You didn't just call me, crying your head off? We see by Kate's face that she already knows the answer to this question. Polly, filter. I don't know why it always says filter. Does it say in the beginning? Polly, filter. Heck no. Katie. I'm glad about your test and your date, honey. I guess it was someone else. I'll call you back, okay? Polly, filter. Kate, say hi to Dad. Katie. I will. Interior, the phone nook, wider. Bill. She okay? Katie. Fine. I could have sworn it was Polly, but she's walking on air. Bill. So it was a prank. Or someone who was crying so hard she dialed the wrong number. Through a shimmering film of tears, as we veteran hacks like to say. Katie. It was not a prank, and it was not a wrong number. It was someone in my family. Bill. Honey, you can't know that. No? If Jeffy called up just crying, would you know it was him? Bill's struck by this. Yeah, maybe. I guess I might. She's not listening. She's punching numbers fast. Who are you calling? She doesn't answer him. Sound of phone rings twice, then older female voice, filter. Hello? 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 Katie. Mom? Are you? She pauses. Did you just call a few seconds ago? No, dear. Why? Oh, you know these phones. I was talking to Lois and I lost the other call. Voice filter. Well, it wasn't me, Kate. I saw the prettiest dress in La Boutique today, and... Katie. We'll talk about it later, Mom, okay? Kate, are you all right? Katie. I have... Mom, I think maybe I've got diarrhea. I've got to go. Bye. She hangs up. Bill hangs on until she does. Then he bursts into wild donkey brays of laughter. Oh boy. Diarrhea. I got to remember that the next time my agent calls. Oh, Katie, that was so cool. Katie, almost screaming. This is not funny. Bill stops laughing. Interior, the TV room. Jeff and Dennis have been tussling. They stop. All three kids look toward the kitchen. Interior, the phone nook with Bill and Katie. Katie. I tell you, it's someone in my family, and she sounded... Oh, you don't understand. I knew that voice. Bill. But if Polly's okay, and your mom's okay... Katie, positive. It's Dawn. Come on, hon. A minute ago you were sure it was Polly. Katie. It had to be Dawn. I was on the phone with Lois and Mom's okay, so Dawn's the only other one it could have been. She's the youngest. I could have mistaken her for Polly, and she's out there in that farmhouse alone with the baby. Bill, startled. What do you mean, alone? Jerry's in Burlington. It's Dawn. Something's happened to Dawn. Connie comes into the kitchen, worried. Connie. Mom, is Aunt Dawn okay? Bill. So far as we know, she's fine. Take it easy, doll. Bad to buy trouble before you know it's on sale. Katie punches numbers and listens. Sound. The da of a busy signal. Katie hangs up. Bill looks a question at her with raised eyebrows. Katie. Busy. Katie, are you sure? She's the only one left. It had to be her, Bill. I'm scared. Will you drive me out there? Bill takes the phone from her. What's her number? 555-6169. Bill dials. Gets a busy. Hangs up and punches 0. Operator. Filter. Operator. I'm trying to reach my sister-in-law, operator. The line is busy. I suspect there may be a problem. Can you break into the call, please? Interior, the door to the TV room. All three kids are standing there, silent and worried. Interior, the phone nook with Bill and Kate. Operator filter. What is your name, sir? William Wiederman. My number is... Not the William Wiederman that wrote Spider Doom. Yes, that was mine. Oh my God, I just love that book. I love all your books. I'm delighted you do, but right now my wife is very worried about her sister. If it's possible for you to... Yes, I can do that. Please give me your number, Mr. Wiederman, for the records. She giggles. I promise not to give it out. Bill, it's 555-4408. Operator filter. And the call number? Bill looks at Kate. 555... Oh, Kate. 555... Katie's. 555-6169. Bill. 555-6169. Operator, filter. Just a moment, Mr. Wiederman. Night of the Beast was also great, by the way. Hold on. Sound, telephonic clicks and clacks. Katie, is she... Yes, just... There's one final click. I'm sorry, Mr. Wiederman, but that line is not busy. It's off the hook. I wonder if I sent you my copy of Spider Doom. Bill hangs up the phone. Why did you hang up? She can't break in. Phone's not busy. It's off the hook. They stare at each other bleakly. Exterior. A low-slung sports car passes the camera night. Interior. The car with Katie and Bill. Katie's scared. Bill at the wheel. Doesn't look exactly calm. Katie. Hey, Bill. Tell me she's all right. She's all right. Bill says, Bill, she's all right. Katie. Now tell me what you really think. Bill. Jeff snuck up behind me tonight and put the old booga booga on me. He was disappointed as hell when I didn't jump. I told him I was case hardened. Pause. I lied. Katie. Why did Jerry have to move out there when he's gone half the time? Just her and that little tiny baby. Why? She's always looking to blame someone. Katie, it looks like. Bill. Shh. Kate. We're almost there. All right, Bill. Shh. Kate, we're almost there. Katie. Go faster. Exterior, the car. He does. That car is smoking. Interior, the Wiederman TV room. The tube's still on and the kids are still there, but the horsing around has stopped. Connie. Dennis, do you think Aunt Dawn's okay? Dennis. Thinks she's dead, decapitated by a maniac. Yeah, sure she is. Interior, the phone, point of view from the TV room. Just sitting there on the wall in the phone nook, lights dark, looking like a snake ready to strike. Fade out. Act 2. Exterior, an isolated farmhouse. A long driveway leads up to it. There's one light on in the living room. Car lights sweep up the driveway. The Wiederman car pulls up close to the garage and stops. Interior, the car with Bill and Katie. Katie. I'm scared. Bill bends down, reaches under his seat, and brings out a pistol. Bill, solemnly. Booga booga. Katie, total surprise. How long have you had that? Since last year. Bill, since last year. I didn't want to scare you or the kids. I've got a license to carry. Come on. Exterior. Bill and Katie. They get out. Katie stands by the front of the car while Bill goes to the garage and peers in. Bill. Her car's here. The camera tracks with them to the front door. Now we can hear the TV playing loud. Bill pushes the doorbell. We hear it inside. They wait. Katie pushes it. Still no answer. She pushes it again and doesn't take her finger off. Bill looks down at exterior, the clock, Bill's point of view. Big scratches on it. Exterior, Bill and Katie. Bill, low. The lock's been tampered with. Katie looks and whimpers. Bill tries the door. It opens. The TV is louder. Bill. Stay behind me. Be ready to run if something happens. God, I wish I'd left you home, Kate. He starts in. Katie comes after him, terrified, near tears. Interior, Dawn and Jerry's living room. From this angle, we see only a small section of the room. The TV is much louder. Bill enters the room, gun up. He looks to the right, and suddenly all the tension goes out of him. He lowers the gun. Katie draws up beside him. Bill, what? He points. Interior, the living room, wide. Bill and Katie's point of view. The place looks like a cyclone hit it, but it wasn't a robbery and murder that caused this mess. Only a healthy 18-month-old baby after a strenuous day of trashing the living room. Baby got tired, and Mommy got tired, and they fell asleep on the couch together. The baby is in Dawn's lap. There's a pair of Walkman earphones on her head. There are toys, tough plastic Sesame Street and Play School stuff, for the most part. Scattered hell to breakfast. The baby has also pulled most of the books out of the bookcase. Had a good munch on one of them, too, by the look. Bill goes over and picks it up. It is Ghost Kiss. Bill. I've had people say they just eat my books up, but this is ridiculous. He's amused. Katie isn't. She walks over to her sister, ready to be mad, but she sees how really exhausted Dawn looks and softens. Interior, Dawn and the baby. Katie's point of view. Fast asleep and breathing easily like a Raphael painting of Madonna and Child, the camera pans down to the Walkman. We can hear the faint strains of Huey Lewis in the news. The camera pans a bit further to a princess telephone on the table by the chair. It's off the cradle. Not much, but just enough to break the connection and scare people to death. Interior, Katie. She sighs, bends down, and replaces the phone. Then she pushes the stop button on the Walkman. Interior, Dawn, Bill, and Katie. Dawn wakes up when the music stops. She looks at Bill and Katie puzzled. Dawn, puzzled out. Well, hi. She realizes she's got the Walkman phones on and removes them. Bill. Hi, Dawn. Dawn, still half asleep. Should have called, guys. Place is a mess. She smiles. She's radiant when she smiles. Katie. We tried. The operator told Bill the phone was off the hook. I thought something was wrong. How can you sleep with that music blasting? It's restful. She sees the gnawed book Bill's holding. Oh my God, Bill, I'm sorry. Justin's teething and... There are critics who'd say he picked just the right thing to teeth on. I don't want to scare you, beautiful, but somebody's been at your front door locked with a screwdriver or something. Whoever it was forced it. Gosh, no. That was Jerry last week. I locked us out by mistake, and he didn't have his keys, and the spare wasn't over the door like it's supposed to be. He was mad because he had to take a whiz real bad, and so he took the screwdriver to it. It didn't work either. That's one tough lock. Pause. By the time I found my key, he'd already gone in the bushes. If it wasn't for us, how come I could just open the door and walk in? Dawn guiltily. Well, sometimes I forget to lock it. You didn't call me tonight, Dawn? Gee, no. I didn't call anyone. I was too busy chasing Justin around. He kept wanting to eat the fabric softener. A good thing Tide Pods around then. Then he got sleepy, and I sat down here and thought I'd listen to some tunes while I waited for your movie to come on, Bill, and fell asleep. At the mention of the movie, Bill starts visibly and looks at the book. Then he glances at his watch. Bill. I promised to tape it for Jeff. Come on, Katie, we gotta get back. We got time to get back. Katie. Just a second. She picks up the phone and dials. Dawn. Gee, Bill, do you think Jeffy's old enough to watch something like that? Bill, it's network. They take out the blood bags. Dawn, confused but amiable. Oh, that's good. Interior, Katie close up. Dennis, filter. Hello? Katie. Just thought you'd like to know your Aunt Dawn's fine. Dennis, filter. Oh, cool. Thanks, Mom. Interior, the phone nook with Dennis and the others. He looks very relieved. Dennis. Aunt Dawn's okay. Interior, the car with Bill and Katie. They drive in silence for a while. Katie. You think I'm an hysterical idiot, don't you? Bill, genuinely surprised. No, I was scared too. Katie. You sure you're not mad? Bill. I'm too relieved. She's sort of a scatterbrain, old Dawn, but I love her. Katie leans over and kisses him. I love you. You're a sweet man. Bill. I'm the boogeyman. Katie. I'm not fooled, sweetheart. Exterior of the car. Passes the camera and we dissolve to interior. Jeff in bed. His room is dark. The covers are all pulled up to his chin. Jeff. You promise to tape the rest? Camera widens out so we can see Bill sitting on the bed. Bill. I promise. Jeff. I especially like the part where the Doug guy ripped off the punk rocker's head. Bill. Well, they used to take out all the blood bags. Jeff. What, Dad? Bill. Nothing. I love you, Jeffy. Jeff. I love you too. So does Rambo. Jeff holds up a stuffed dragon of decidedly unmilitant aspect. Bill kisses the dragon and then Jeff. Bill. Night. Night. As Bill reaches his door, glad Aunt Dawn was night. As Bill reaches his door. Glad Aunt Dawn was okay. Me too. He goes out. Interior. TV. Close up. A guy who looks like he died in a car crash about 2 weeks prior to filming and has been subjected to a lot of hot weather is staggering out of a crypt. The camera widens to show Bill releasing the VCR pause button. Katie, voice. Booga booga. Bill looks around companionably. The camera widens out more to show Katie wearing a sexy nightgown. Bill. Same to you. I missed the first 40 seconds or so after the break. I had to kiss Rambo. Katie. You sure you're not mad at me, Bill? He goes to her and kisses her. Not even a smidge. Katie. It's just that I could have sworn it was one of mine. You know what I mean? One of mine? Bill. Yes. You can still hear those sobs. So lost, so heartbroken. Bill. Kate, have you ever thought you recognized someone on the street and called her? And when she finally turned around, it was a total stranger? Katie. Yes, once, in Seattle. I was in a mall and thought I saw my old roommate. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sure, Bill, sure, there are sound-alikes as well as look-alikes. Katie. But, you know your own. At least I thought so until tonight. She puts her cheek on his shoulder, looking troubled. Katie. I was so positive it was Polly. Bill. Because you've been worried about her getting her feet under her at the new school. But judging from the stuff she told you tonight, I'd say she was doing just fine in that department, wouldn't you? Katie. Yes, I guess I would. Bill. Let it go, hon. Katie looks at him closely. I hate to see you looking so tired. Hurry up and have an idea, you. Bill. Well, I'm trying. Katie, you coming to bed? Bill. Soon as I finish taping this for Jeff. Katie, amused. Bill, that machine was made by Japanese technicians who think of damn near everything. It'll run out on its own. Bill. Yeah, but it's a long time since I've seen this one, and... Katie. Okay, enjoy. I think I'll be awake for a little while. I've got a few ideas of my own. Bill smiles. Yeah? Katie. Yeah. She starts out showing a lot of leg and turns in the doorway as something else strikes her. Katie. If they show that part where the punk's head gets... Bill, guiltily. I'll edit it. Katie. Night, and thanks again for everything. She leaves and Bill sits in his chair. Interior, TV, close-up. A couple is necking in a car. Suddenly the passenger door is ripped open by the dead guy and we dissolve to... Interior, Katie in bed. It's dark. She's asleep. She wakes up. Sort of. Katie, sleepy. Hey, big guy. She feels for him, but his side of the bed is empty. The coverlet still pulled up. She sits up, looks at interior, a clock on the night table. Katie's point of view. It says 2:03 a.m., then it flashes to 2:04. Interior, Katie. Fully awake now and concerned, she gets up, puts on her robe, and leaves the bedroom. Interior, the TV screen, close up. Snow. Katie. Voice approaching. Bill, honey, you okay? Bill, but... Interior, Katie in Bill's study. She's frozen, wide-eyed with horror. Interior, Bill in his chair. He's slumped to one side, eyes closed, hand inside his shirt. Dawn was sleeping. Bill is not. Exterior, a coffin being lowered into a grave. Minister, voice. And so we commit the earthly remains of William Weiderman to the ground, confident of his spirit and soul. Be ye not cast down, brethren. Exterior, graveside. All the Weidermans are ranged here. Katie and Polly wear identical black dresses and veils. Connie wears a black skirt and a white blouse. Dennis and Jeff wear black suits. Jeff is crying. He has Rambo the Dragon under his arm for a little extra comfort. Camera moves in on Katie. Tears course slowly down her cheeks. She bends and gets a handful of earth, tosses it into the grave. Katie. I love you, big guy. Exterior, Jeff, weeping. Exterior, looking down into the grave. Scattered earth on top of the coffin. Dissolved to. Exterior, the grave. A groundskeeper pats the last sod into place. Groundskeeper. My wife says she wishes you'd written a couple more before you'd had your heart attack, mister. I like westerns myself. The groundskeeper walks away whistling. Dissolved to. Exterior, a church. Day. Title card. 5 years later. The wedding march is playing. Polly, older and radiant with joy, emerges into a pelting shower of rice. She's in a wedding gown, her new husband by her side. Celebrants throwing rice line either side of the path. From behind the bride and groom come others. Among them are Katie, Dennis, Connie, and Jeff, all 5 years older. With Katie is another man. This is Hank. In the interim, Katie has also taken a husband. Polly turns, and her mother is there. Polly. Thank you, Mom. Katie, crying. Oh, doll, you're so welcome. They embrace. After a moment, Polly draws away and looks at Hank. There is a brief moment of tension, and then Polly embraces Hank too. Polly. Thank you too, Hank. I'm sorry I was such a creep for so long. Hank, easily. You were never a creep, Paul. A girl only has one father. Connie. Throw it! Throw it! After a moment, Polly throws her bouquet. Exterior, bouquet, close-up, slow motion. Turning and turning through the air. Dissolves to. Interior, the study with Katie. Night. The word processor has been replaced by a wide lamp looming over a stack of blueprints. The book jackets have been replaced by photos of buildings, ones that have first been built in Hank's mind, presumably. Katie is looking at the desk, thoughtful and a little sad. Hank, voice. Coming to bed, Kate? She turns and the camera widens out to give us Hank. He's wearing a robe over pajamas. She comes to him and gives him a little hug, smiling. Maybe we notice a few streaks of gray in her hair. Her pretty pony has done its fair share of running since Bill died. Katie. In a little while, a woman doesn't see her first one get married every day, you know. Hank. I know. The camera follows as they walk from the work area of the study to the more informal area. This is much the same as it was in the old days, with a coffee table, stereo, TV couch, and Bill's old easy chair. She looks at this. Hank, you still miss him, don't you? Katie, some days more than others. You didn't know, and Polly didn't remember. Hank gently. Remember what, doll? Katie. Polly got married on the 5-year anniversary of Bill's death. Hank hugs her. Come on to bed. Why don't you? Katie. In a little while. Hank. Okay, maybe I'll still be awake. Katie. Got a few ideas, do you? Hank. I might. Katie. That's nice. He kisses her and then leaves, closing the door behind him. Katie sits in Bill's old chair. Close by, on the coffee table, is a remote control for the TV and an extension phone. Katie looks at the blank TV, and the camera moves in on her face. One tear rims one eye, sparkling like a sapphire. Katie. I do still miss you, big guy. Lots and lots, every day. And you know what? It hurts. The tear falls. She picks up the TV remote and pushes the on button. Interior TV, Katie's point of view. An ad for Ginsu knives comes to an end and is replaced by a star logo. Announcer voice. Now back to Channel 63's Thursday night star time. Movie Ghost Kiss. The logo dissolves into a guy who looks like he died in a car crash about 2 weeks ago and has since been subjected to a lot of hot weather. He comes staggering out of the same old crypt. Interior, Katie. Terribly startled, almost horrified, she hits the off button on the remote control. The TV blinks off. Katie's face begins to work. She struggles against the impending emotional storm, but the coincidence of the movie is just one thing too many on what must have already been one of the most emotionally trying days of her life. The dam breaks and she begins to sob. Terrible, heartbroken sobs. She reaches out for the little table by the chair, meaning to put the remote control on it, and knocks the phone onto the floor. Sound. The hum of an open line. Her tear-stained face grows suddenly still as she looks at the telephone. Something begins to fill it. An idea. An intuition. Hard to tell, and maybe it doesn't matter. Interior. The telephone. Katie's point of view. The camera moves into extreme close-up. Moves in until the dots in the off-the-hook receiver look like chasms. Sounds of an open line buzz up to loud. We go into the black and hear Bill, voice. Who are you calling? Who do you want to call? Who would you call if it wasn't too late? Interior, Katie. There is now a strange, hypnotized look on her face. She reaches down, scoops the telephone up, and punches in numbers, seemingly at random. Sound ringing phone. Katie continues to look hypnotized. The look holds until the phone is answered, and she hears herself, on the other end of the line. Katie, voice. Hello, Wiederman residence. Katie, our present-day Katie, with the streaks of gray in her hair, goes on sobbing, yet an expression of desperate hope is trying to be born on her face. On some level, she understands the depth of her grief, has allowed a kind of telephonic time travel. She's trying to talk, to force the words out. Katie, sobbing. Take. Interior, Katie in the phone nook, reprise. It's 5 years ago. Bill is standing beside her, looking concerned. Jeff is wandering off to look for a blank tape in the other room. Katie. Polly? What's wrong? Interior, Katie in the study. Katie sobbing. Please, quick. Sound, click of a broken connection. Katie screaming. Take him to the hospital if you want him to live. Take him to the hospital. He's going to have a heart attack. Sound hum of an open line. Slowly, very slowly, Katie hangs up the telephone. Then, after a moment, she picks it up again. She speaks aloud with no self-consciousness whatever. Probably doesn't even know she's doing it. I dialed the old number. Slam, cut to interior. Bill in the phone nook with Katie beside him. He's just taken the phone from Katie and is speaking to the operator. Operator. Filter giggles. I promise not to give it out. Bill, it's 555. Slam, cut to interior. Katie in Bill's old chair. Close up. Katie finishes. 4408. Interior, the phone. Close up. Katie's trembling finger carefully picks out the number, and we hear the corresponding tones. 555-4408. Interior, Katie in Bill's old chair. Close up. She closes her eyes as the phone begins to ring. Her face is filled with an agonizing mixture of hope and fear. If only she can have one more chance to pass the vital message on. It says, just one more chance. Katie. Please, please. Recorded voice. Filter. You have reached a non-working number. Please hang up and dial again if you need assistance. Katie hangs up again. Tears stream down her cheeks. The camera pans away and down to the telephone. Interior, the phone nook with Katie and Bill. Reprise. Bill. So it was a prank. Or someone was crying so hard she dialed the wrong number. Through a shimmering film of tears, as we veteran hacks like to say. Katie. It was not a prank, and it was not a wrong number. It was someone in my family. Interior. Katie, present day in Bill's study. Katie. Yes, someone in my family. Someone very close. Me. She suddenly throws the phone across the room. Then she begins to sob again and puts her hands over her face. The camera holds on for a moment and dollies across to interior, the phone. It lies on the carpet, looking both bland and somehow ominous. Camera moves into extreme close-up. The holes in the receiver once more look like huge, dark chasms. We hold, then fade to black. The end. Johnny Wood, hello. This is the kitchen. Silly man. I take it this is your first time here? What do you guys think of the story? Yeah, that's pretty decent. My Pretty Pony. I like how he throws references from other stories. Hey, C-Rock. is back. Oh, good. Good. I'm glad it came back. Johnny Wood is still here. Is it your first time? Are you wondering what the show is about? Hi, Emily. I'm alright. Hey, Sally Ann. Thanks, Xerox. Johnny Wood, we love you! You're gonna find out, I'll smoke with you, Siraj. Welcome, Johnny Wood, and everyone else. Jason is a social scientist. Bimouth Daily. Pill number 838. Well, I've got love for every person, including you, Mr. Wood. So, you're not wondering what the show is about, but some people wonder what the show is about. And I'm going to tell you. The premise is deceptively simple. Hey, man's killer. The premise is deceptively simple. Andrew Bree. All right. Well, in just a minute. Well, hey, Mr. Stepdad. So, the premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. I'll give him a proper shout out. After 838 pills, 838 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy do she knell. Hell, I mean, heck, the show has it all. I love you too, Sally Ann Johnson. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. I was born and raised in Wisconsin. I was born in Baraboo, Wisconsin. And into the source, the show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. After this, we'll do it here. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. I'll never be done taking my meds. Well, maybe someday. And into the source, the show now takes place in an echo chamber created by me. I already said this. It serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mark and Mindy. Nanu, Nanu, a dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, A.J. Kane, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from Transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa.
Johnny Wood, we love you. Andrew Bree, we love you. Andrew Bree, we love you. Andrew Bree.
Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fulfill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally, lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy and the Sky with Diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s. The first on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo! All right, just in time, Sirach. I just finished up. Are you ready for that? I guess I'm ready for another dab. And then maybe we can read another short story. I don't know, Emily. That's a very like on topic question right now. My son he's 9 right now, and he just is like really struggling with concept of his own death. And he's like, I try to tell him to focus on the positive things like in life, and he's like, that just makes it worse because those are the things I'm gonna miss that I won't have anymore. He just weeps. He just weeps. So I'm gonna take him. I said we are gonna take him to a counselor and help him like have somebody a professional help him learn to cope with some of these feelings. And I just tried to reassure him that the feelings are normal. That I think we're all afraid sometimes. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I don't know. I wish there was like some magic. I don't know. Yeah, I can't. Like I remember being around his age, lying in bed, like imagining myself in a casket someday, right? You know, like some future date. You know, like I'll be dead, and assuming I assumed I'd be in a casket. I don't know what. It just steal my breath away, right? I just like when I picture it, it's the inevitable thing. Sorry, it's like it's torture. Existence is torture. I remember like wishing I was never born, just so I never have to feel that feeling. What this is what I tell myself too, like just as like a pressure relief valve. I don't really like, anything's possible, right? And I just feel like I tell Jack that like you might live indefinitely. They might come up with a cure for aging. You might not die as soon as you think you will. And it's something that humankind has been obsessed about and lusted for millennia, but probably since we evolved. Possibly transferring consciousness or replicating, it's more of a copy, right? I would imagine that's how I picture Johnny Depp style, but that's like I don't know, a copy of yourself isn't really yourself, is it? On the long time scale, it's probably inevitable. We probably can't get 15 billion years out of these bodies, and even if we did, then what happens? I could see that, Joshua. I could see that. Complete, brain, just translate your brain into, I don't know, some custom body. The first generation that lives forever is going to be like, it'll be a surprise, right? Oh, I don't know. I guess I like cheeseburgers. Time for that dab, maybe.
Andrew, we love you. free, we love you.
Cheers, Xerox. Communion. Picture didn't happen, Manskiller.
Andrew free, we love you. Andrew free, we love you.
Out of wafers. Sure, Sam Cooper.
Are those your comfort food, JD? Sam Cooper, we love you. 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 Cooper, we love you. Cooper, we love you.
I gotcha. You bet, man's killer.
Dan Cooper, we love you.
Should we play Bop It? Let's play a little Bop It. I don't know. What does that mean? I don't think I know, Mary. I can't read comments and play Bop It at the same time. Well, that's a good thing. I think it's within every human's capacity, I think. I'd like to believe that. It's a choice, right? Love is a choice. I think love is a choice. That's sweet, Sirach. How long have you had him? Oh, you rescued him. Oh, that's a sweet story, Sirach. That's really nice. That's really nice. Maybe we'll just read another story. I feel like I'm a one-trick pony lately. Oh boy, this is a long one. Let's wait till tomorrow. We might have time. I don't know. I don't know where my trivia questions are at.
Dan Cooper, we love you.
I don't know. I should do the dishes quick. Oh, Yes, I read the rat. Oh, I've seen. I haven't read it. I've seen the Rats of Nim. I love that when I was growing up. It holds up pretty well too, the movie. That's not surprising. Oh. Yeah, maybe we'll check it out. You're welcome, Sirach. Maybe I'll just burn more than one of these a night, just to get through them faster. No, I don't play games with my phone. If it's not related to the show, I don't really do it. 'Go Gadget mini fireplace. I played that a long time ago. Like 2010-ish, maybe, somewhere around there. Hey, Damo. Used to play with Laura and her stepmom and her dad, I think, and people from work. I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell her I told you this, but Laura would cheat. I'm surviving. What's the fun in that, though, right? Hey, Mantani.
Damn, Super, we love you.
「
guy's got chihuahuas. Crazy delay down under. Getting satellites. I wonder if I get to you via cable, satellite, undersea cable, satellite. We go to Europe to.
Super, we love you.
Sometimes logging out of Facebook and then logging back in will clear your cache. And looked into trying to convert the page into a gaming page because you can stream in high def video. Among other things, but that sounds about right. 15 to 30 seconds seems about an average delay. Yeah, I guess I don't have that much of a delay right now. I haven't seen Barbie Rainbow for a while. Hello. Hey Debsy. Hey Vivalva Veg on the Reg. I haven't seen you for a little bit either. It's good to see you. Let's get started up for you, David Richard Payne. Never far away.
David Richard Payne, we love you.
David Richard Payne, we love you. David Richard Payne, we love you.
BJ Mack. You were wondering what this show is about? Stick around, I'll give you a shout out too. But you were wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. And the premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 838 pills, 838 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. The communion, manskiller. The community, therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she know hell. I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them to a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creepshow and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show, and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Welcome back, Antani. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. You can see you shiver with Antissa.
BJ Mack, we love you. BJ Mack, we love you. BJ Mack, we love you.
Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of... corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s. The first on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas. getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen, and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working in the sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV, pigs will fly, disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Hey, Stillwell. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! See your doctor, BJ. See your doctor. Go get tested for HIV, and most places where you get tested for HIV could give you information about PrEP. If you have insurance, insurance will cover it. Otherwise, there might be programs that would cover it for you as well. If you live in New York City, you can go to I forget it. If you go to Incubus NYC, it's a Facebook group. They have a website too. If you're from, I love you too, Mantani. I love you too, April. It's funny how you phrase it. I don't want a relationship, but my boyfriend. What's the med card?
DJ Matt, we love you.
You like it, Walter? It doesn't take long. Oh, that's cool. Hey, Walter. I think I might share the show again. Maybe not right now. I'm gonna do the dish. I'm gonna do the dishes soon. On the couch? How do you mean? Well, we don't have medical marijuana cards here at all. You should see the I Love Lucy editions. This all just comes from fancy camera angles. It's just a normal kitchen when you get here. A friend of mine would watch this, first watch the show before she ever came to my house. She was here eating dinner. She ate dinner and finished up and everything, and she was going to be on the show. And she was like surprised when we're like, "Oh, it's right here. You filmed it right here." She's standing right. She was standing right here when she said it. She's like, "Oh, you film it right here?"
PJ, Matt, we love you.
I'm just in a crappy mood. Oh. Like I said, you should come back for I Love Lucy edition. It's healthy to be protect yourself. I already played Bop It once. I didn't do very good. I already talked about it, but reading that poll just bothered me.
PJ, Matt, we love you.
And the comments underneath it, and just the results of it. No, I'm missing everything. I'm missing my horse mask right now. I'm missing my fishnet gloves. I have Thundera sweatband and my Andy Warhol banana watch. I don't know, Lord Clean. Again, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to, right? Dummy me. Hey, Shy Tongue. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm alright. The one where I asked if someone would have sex with unprotected sex with someone that had an undetectable viral load. Like there's like 497 votes, and 18% people said yes, and it leaves 82%, right? Let's see. Let's do the show, Shy Tongue.
DJ Matt, we
Pretty
love
eclectic, David. Welcome back, Christina. Hope everything pops up. What? Oh, I can get bummed out about anything. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't even have to make sense. Dang it. I don't know. That's why I spend a lot of time teaching. I think so, Raylene. So I had the keyboard, and I've used it in the show for quite a while. And I don't know, like when I very first started using it, but I didn't know about this is the sampling demo that's playing right now. And I didn't know about the sampling demo until I was like, I forget which pill it was. I was kind of depressed. My mood is probably similar to now, right? And I just was like, I like leaned over and put my head down with my arms sprawled out, and all of a sudden this music started coming out. And I say dang it to heck a lot, and the last thing I had said sampled was dang it to heck. And so every once in a while, you know, like, it's like, all of a sudden I was up and dancing, and, you know, it just changed the whole mood of the, and, but then I couldn't figure out how to do it again. Because there's another demo, there's the sampling demo, but then there's just the regular demo. So I used to give shout outs, would repeat people's names, but I didn't know how to do the sampling demo, and so I saw the one demo, and that threw me off. I didn't see the other demo button over here. It took like another month later, and I similarly leaned over, and all of a sudden it came out. Hey, Tommy Owens, hello. Doesn't take much to confuse me, Damo. Hey, Tommy Owens. Thank you. I think I'm for a Sanders Harris ticket. That sounds pretty good to me. It can be. Austin Seeplick. Hey Joe, what do you know? Good to see you. Austin Seeplick, we love you! Austin, you were wondering what the show is about. Raylene, let me answer Raylene's question first, and then all will be revealed. I think. I guess it didn't surprise me, but I was hoping to be surprised. Maybe is that fair? I was hoping to be surprised and and I feel like I'm just sensitive, right? It feels like it's personal, right? And I don't know. Anyway. So Austin, you were wondering what the show is about? I'm glad I got it right. I'm glad. I was a little worried. So people often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. Hi, Nikki. After 838 pills, 838 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy do chic now. Hell, I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played in the 19th century, Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Thanks, Tommy. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation.
Austin, Steve, we love you.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
Tommy Owens, we love
patient. And are we just comparing people with HIV to venomous snakes? Careful there. And touch me, I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins in the full. Monty, Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Let's go. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. You equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! You like Valkyrie or something, Tommy? Let's see. Hey, Nathan. I wish I was tripping. I don't know, just like some of the names on the list, Mama G, like, it made me feel hopeless, right? Because, like, I don't know. Whatever. I can't divine. You know, like, people could answer that question a lot of different ways, come at it from different ways. It really isn't that simple of a question. I think, you know, like, or it could be answered, but whatever. I think it whatever. Of the people who voted in the poll. Or maybe you weren't here when I was talking about it earlier. Yeah, still play. If you listen to it, still play. Tommy. It basically said, it was like, would you have unprotected sex with a person that had an undetectable viral load? And the answer was simple, yes or no. And it was 18% of people said yes, and it was like 497 votes. Well, 82% of people said no.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
And you could assume your partner, like you're married to somebody that's, for the purposes of the poll, you could assume that your spouse is HIV positive. You could answer it that way. That's what I say. People could answer it however they want, and it's really open to interpretation. And I shouldn't take it so personally, but I'm just human. And I do take things personally, even if feelings don't have to be logical. If I want to, and I set up the poll to be to make it a challenging question, right? Like, I could have phrased it very differently. I could have said, do you believe in the science of U equals U? And I probably would have gotten a more satisfying answer. But I just wanted to see what people would say. Someday I'm going to figure it out. I just turned 40. Jesus, right? I just like to torture myself, I guess. %, said yes, and 82% said no, I think, out of 497 votes. Quite a few votes.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
Well, the time frames we were talking about because of the short stories, that's something that certainly bothers me, though. No, it's the sampling demo. Did you, Christina? Were you surprised how low the percentage was too? I thought, I thought it was pretty low too. I don't know. It sucks that like so many people would think of me as untouchable. It sucks. Like, it sucks how many of my friends are willing to tell me they think of me as untouchable. That's what's also like. Not only do they feel that way, but they tell me that. I don't know. Me too, Mantani. Me too.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
Hey. It's okay, Mantani. I still love you. Maybe it's unfair to put words in people's mouth. What are you sorry for, Mary? Well, I should focus on the 18%, right? That's a pretty good number, really. Probably most of those people, if you polled them before they watched the show, they would have said no. I should be more the kind of guy that's like, hey, the glass is 18% full. That's something. It's better than just a backwash. That's more than backwash, I think. It's more than just the backwash. I got better odds than some, Tommy. Cancer's not a death sentence either. It's not, I think that's always important to remember. I certainly hope, especially with a lot of cancers. No, it's more. I think backwash. If it was 5%, that would be that would just be the backwash. But 18%, I mean that's enough to quench your thirst practically. If it's a big glass. I'm surviving, Dustin. How are you?
Tommy Owens, we love you.
There's some cancers that are completely curable. Good point, Dallas. I'm not trying to say cancer's easy. I just I always say there's hope. There's hope. My dad died from prostate cancer. Good night, Dallas.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
Hey Audrey, I'm surviving. Sorry, Mama G. Richard, I understand fear. I understand fear. I hope you can get over it though. Especially for her sake, because being with somebody that's afraid to touch you is not a fun position to be in. And I just I hope you can learn about. There's a lot of resources to learn about how solid the science is. The science really is really solid. There's been I was talking about it earlier. There's been 3 different studies that followed what they call serodiscordant couples like you and your girlfriend, where one person has HIV and the other person doesn't have HIV, or couples like my wife and I. And they followed them over the course of in one study they followed them over the course of two years. It's 800 gay couples, 500 straight couples, and roughly 50,000 sex acts. And there was no transmission between none of the people who were HIV positive that were participating in the study transmitted the virus to their partner. And then they followed that study up with an all gay males. I don't know how many partners, but added another. So basically, there's been like 100 or 150,000 anal sex acts with zero transmissions. And after all these 3 studies came out, CDC, the UN AIDS, all the eminent doctors in the field, like all the people that were like knew this like in the back of their minds, like because the evidence has been growing for decades, like that people who take their medication don't transmit the virus. Finally, everybody's like, okay, like so, like the laws are changing to make it so if you're undetectable, the law recognizes you can't transmit the virus in a lot of places. Countries are signing on to the U equals U movement. So, dang it. So, like, it's really, the science is, like, solid. People who have an undetectable viral load, even there hasn't been a study to determine what exact viral load, but even viral load into the thousands I had one person, like a public health nurse, say that 50,000, like a viral load of 50,000 before someone is could really potentially transmit the virus. Yeah, so hopefully for her sake, we can overcome that fear. And Dang Nation, I just shared a link to a couple of in the link it had a couple of the studies, or information about the studies at least. You're welcome, Richard. You're welcome. You know, it took me, I'll be honest, it took me a year of knowing U equals U before I really felt it, where I felt just confident, where it's like, I almost feel indignant when other people don't feel, but yeah, the first time I ever came inside somebody after I was diagnosed, I wept. Sex and tears always go well together. I think, at least. I'm really sorry about your mom, Katie. Love you, Katie Anderson. You lost your mom too, didn't you, Mantani? Still probably hurts Mama just as much. Life's painful. Life is so painful. Good night, Christina. Or no, good night, Richard. Good night.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
I'm glad you like it, Tommy. Oh wow, you can do. You call them GIFs? I didn't know you could do those now. The ceiling pass.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
There's my parents. They both died a year apart. June 2006 and June 2007. My dad died first. Hugs all around. I gotta take just a little break. I'm just gonna do a load of dishes.
Tommy Owens, we love you.
What happened, Cass? What happened? Were they lace? They were lace. I got it. Happy 420, everybody. Fuck condoms. Let's see here. Happy 420. All right. Just a breathless moment now, the violin will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the stars fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. Hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair,
Good night, old friends and new.
Sophie's a boxer. Sophie's a boxer. All right. We've come once again to the anticlimax. Then thanks for keeping an eye on the time, April. All right. Good night, Christina. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 838 pills, 838 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. What's your subject in your medium cast? That's cool. Have risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. Good night. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Likewise, April. Good night, Katie. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she nail hell. I mean, heck, the show has it all. She's a boxer. Ding dong bell, boy does she nail hell. I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. Oh, nice. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't do that. A dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland. A helping of Hee Haw. Heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander. Tons of the Twilight Zone. A tincture of Teen Wolf. An ounce of Oz. A cup of Creep Show and Cast Away. Quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse. A pinch of Peter Pan. A pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha. No, it's way different. Way different. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. To touch me, I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, follow. Fill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo. I don't have guests though. Okay. It's a one way. I just see a cold dead eye here. That's my comfort level here. Undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins and the Full, Monty, Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a leader of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s the first. On the second coming, always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberties. Lady Liberty, you will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If you visit, you can come and visit. It's different meeting somebody in person. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, Pre-Exposure Protocol. The pill is Truvada. Bye, Stillwell. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. All right, pill number 838 down the hatch. We are robot. All right, dang attack. All right. Woo. That sounds like a fun addition. All right. Go, Gadget. Lights out!
Good night, old friends and new. Good night, old friends and new.
Right back at you, Raylene. All right. Let's see here. Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form into Mumra, the ever-living. Thunder! Thundercats! Oh! Alright, anyway. Alright. Maybe Jason the UK edition. Alright, this is the house that Jack built. This is the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the mouse that lay in the house that Jack built. This is a farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed the morn, that woke the priest, all shaving and shorn, that married the man, that tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow, that crumpled on, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the mouse, that lay in the house that Jack built. Good night, Damo. I love you, man. Good night, Stillwell. Good night, Sarah Farmer Blevins. Good night, everyone. All right, come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. All right, I love you all. Good night, good night, good night.
Good night, old friends and new.
Better blow out the candle. Good night, everyone.